Find my gavel.
Commissioner Jones, can you change that date to the 20th?
Errant information. Oh, that look too bad. Now, Walt, if it's not real busy today, if you want to stick around, we're doing evaluations today. If you want to help out a little bit, you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, April the 20th, 2021. It's 9:01 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, April 15, 2021 at 4:45 p.m. and a supplemental agenda was posted on Friday, April 16, 2021 at 3:40 p.m.
Okay, thank you. This time, let's pause for a moment of silence, and then we'll have the pledge to the flag. First is a proclamation recognizing and honoring Tom G. Salome Jr. I would like to read the proclamation into the minutes and ask for the court's approval. And from there, I will take the proclamation and present it to the family and friends of Tommy Salome. Whereas Mr. Salome was born in Dallas and raised in Waco, when at the age of 8, he began working in his father's grocery store. And whereas in 1954, Mr. Salome graduated from Baylor University Business School with a degree in economics and accounting. After graduation, he entered the U.S. Air Force and returned to Waco in 1957. And whereas Mr. Salome began his 63-year career with M. Lipsitz and Company, through the years, he assisted in expanding the business from 1 to 9 plants throughout Texas and Oklahoma. Whereas in 2005, Mr. Salome was named Philanthropist of the Year by the Association of Fundraising Professionals for his efforts as chairman of the YMCA's Capital Fund Raising Campaign for 2018. Mr. Salome was awarded the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Legacy Award for his efforts, dedicating and vision to what is known now as the Salome Commerce Center. And whereas Mr. Salome recognized the economic development competitive disadvantage in Waco and campaigned to the city and the county for the need to develop an incentive fund to evolve into an incentive pool jointly funded through the city and the county general funds, which today has supported over 35 projects since its inception in 1997. Whereas for over 40 years, Mr. Salome showed deep commitment as a leader and an advocate for economic development and community affairs, from volunteerism and service on boards and local nonprofit organizations to grassroots fundraising efforts. Whereas Mr. Salome will forever be remembered for the legacy he left in McLennan County through his volunteer efforts, support, to numerous boards, new business growth, and simply the true gentleman that he was. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the Commissioners Court of McLennan County recognize, honor, and will remember Mr. Tom Salome Jr. for his dedication and love for Waco and McLennan County citizens. And be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Witness our hand and seal this day, April 20th, 2021. Signed by Scott M. Felton, McLennan County Judge, James Smith, Commissioner Precinct 1, Patricia Miller, Commissioner Precinct 2, Will Jones, Commissioner Precinct 3, and Ben Perry, Commissioner Precinct 4, attested by J. Andy Hardware, County Clerk, and Mercedes Gowan Perkins, Deputy County Clerk. I make a motion, we approve this proclamation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank you. All right, next is, under D2 is proclamation honoring recognizing Baylor men's basketball team as the 2020-21 national champions. Commissioner Jones, and I don't know if you want to read it in here or we'll read it out.
I think we should read it into the record and
Okay.
then
Perfect.
recess outside, and if the team's here,
Okay.
someone from the team is here, we'll
Okay,
present it to them.
okay.
So this is a proclamation of the Commissioners Court of McLennan County, Texas, honoring and recognizing the Baylor men's basketball team as the 2021 national champions. Whereas Baylor's first trip to the Final Four and in program history came in 1948, having finished a national runner-up to the Kentucky Wildcats with a score of 58-42 inside Madison Square Garden. Whereas in an effort to rebrand and a culmination of an epic rebuild and vision that began in 2003, head coach Scott Drew and his coaching staff boosted the men's Baylor basketball program to unimaginable heights, as the Bears have made 9 NCAA tournament berths, including Elite 8 appearances in 2010 and 2012, and a Sweet 16 berth in 2014 and 17. And whereas in the year 2020, a culture of joy is Jesus, others, and then yourself, it's a hierarchy in the way of thinking, so eloquently stated, created a buzz in the Baylor Nation, and joy was the theme. And whereas on April the 5th, 2021, with an 86-70 victory over Gonzaga, the Baylor men's basketball team brought true joy by not only going to the finals, but winning it all and bringing the title home to the Baylor Nation in McLennan County. Whereas the McLennan County Commissioners Court publicly recognizes all the players of the 2020-2021 Baylor men's basketball team for their outstanding achievement. Flo Famba, LJ Cryer, Jordan Turner, Adam Flagler, Mark Vidal, Jared Butler, Jackson Moppet, Jonathan Chumwa Chachwa, Matthew Meyer, Tristan Clark, Maceo Teague, Zach Lovelady, Mark Patterson, Davion Mitchell, and Dane Deja. Whereas the McLennan County Commissioners Court publicly recognizes the coaches and staff for their outstanding achievement in coaching, inspiring, and modeling these men of McLennan County to be the best of the best. Head coach Scott Drew, coaches Jerome Turner, Alvin Brooks, John Jacobs, Bill Peterson, operations staff Ty Beard, Mac Rhodes, Idea Malartha, Jared Nunez, sports medicine Charlie Melton, and David Chandler. Be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation is made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Sic 'em Bears. I can't be more proud as a 1994 graduate of Baylor, and what a great time it is right now at Baylor University.
Absolutely.
Amen to that.
Yep.
So I make a motion that we approve this proclamation.
Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay, at this time, we will take a 15-minute recess. We will walk out on the steps of the McLennan County Courthouse. I would advise commissioners to, since we're not in session, spread out, don't talk to each other. And keep in mind the Open Meeting Act rules. All right, thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
There's Commissioner Miller. Is Commissioner Jones back? Y'all seen him? Okay. Okay, let's call court back into session. It's 9:26. This time, I'd like to have Dustin Chapman to pick up the agenda.
Yes, sir. If we could go to item N1, discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19, I'd like to call on Elizabeth for an update.
Okay?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Our COVID-19 trends are continuing to look really well. If anybody hasn't had a chance to, and just kind of for some information on covidwaco.com, the health district has started doing kind of these weekly COVID-19 status reports. It has a lot of good information, some of that. I'll share some of the key highlights from that. So as of April 16th, there have been 115,219 vaccines administered. 72,910 people have received at least a first dose. And there are 49,551 people that are fully vaccinated. We do continue to hold vaccine clinics over at the convention center. We actually are having a medical team from the National Guard is going to start staffing those clinics for us. And so we're continuing to advise people if they are needing a COVID-19 vaccination, please sign up for our wait list through covidwaco.com. We are still moving through that wait list really quickly, and we want to continue to offer the opportunity for people to get their vaccine. New cases continue to go down as well. Throughout that week, they had 181 new cases reported, the current 7-day average being about 25.86. Our hospitalization admissions also go down. The current 7-day average is 21.97. And that's where we stand with COVID-19 right now.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I've got a question. From what I've read, it appears that McLennan County is slightly behind the state of Texas and the nation on the percentage of folks vaccinated. Do we have any plans in place to try to catch up, so to speak, with that percentage?
Yes, so the health district is going to be working on that and continuing to get the word out about the availability of vaccine. You know, with the Johnson & Johnson going into pause last week, that may have caused some, kind of worries in the community. So they're working to target against that and working to do a lot of outreach. They have their vaccine ambassadors program that they are bringing live and continuing to support and increase and let people know, the vaccine is available. There's the science behind it, and they are working through those processes.
Okay, thank you.
Question. Elizabeth, I noticed that there are some actual school districts that are offering them on site to, is it students and adults over the age of 16? Is that correct?
It depends on what kind of vaccine they have. So if they have the Pfizer, those can be administered to those 16 and older. If it's the Moderna or once Johnson & Johnson resumes, they have to be 18 or older to receive those two vaccines.
Do we have any plans to try to offer that on site to some districts?
That could be in the works by the health district, or they're working with them, but that would be a question I would need to follow up with them to see what their partnership is going to be looking like. I know they're looking at doing some smaller community clinics while still continuing to have our bigger clinic over at the convention center on a week in and week out basis.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item G1, authorization of recommendation for RFA 21-006 Depository Bank for McLennan County. I'd like to call on Bill and Ken. And Bill, you are muted if you're trying to speak.
And if Bill wants me to go first, I don't mind. I just, consider this more in his ballpark than actually mine. But we received responses from 3 different entities. We received a response from BBVA. We received a response from JP Morgan, and we received a response from First National Bank of McGregor. And Bill thoroughly reviewed the responses and scored them out using the evaluation grid that we had included in the proposal. And we recommend that McLennan County grant the reward for depository bank from McLennan County, Texas to BBVA USA. And the reason being is that it was the best evaluated proposal. And in your packet, we include our accompanying evaluation sheets. If the court so desires, then that's our recommendation to the court.
And I might add that Bill did review this with the investment committee, and they concur with that recommendation. Any other questions anybody have? All right.
I just got unmuted, I
Okay.
believe, and Ken did a great job. I'm kind of glad I was muted. He did such a great job of presenting it. It is exactly as he spoke.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Bill? Anyone? If not, I would make the motion that we approve the recommendation made by our county treasurer.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
All right, moving
you.
down to work session, item R5, discussion regarding voting machine equipment and upgrades. I'd like to call on Jared.
Hello, everyone. How are y'all today?
Fine.
Thanks for having me. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to show a PowerPoint that I have presented for the discussion. Give me just a second here. Okay, can y'all see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. So we will start off by talking about what we currently have. This is our current voting equipment. This is Hart InterCivic's Hart voting system. We have had this equipment for about 15, 16 years. We purchased it around 2005. The current system is what's called a direct recording electronic system. That means it's a paperless electronic voting system. This equipment is still certified in the state of Texas. And though it is no longer manufactured, our vendor Hart InterCivic is still servicing it. Hart has not given us a specific date as to when they will stop servicing this equipment, though it will be inevitable. I think within probably the next 5 years at the most is when they will stop servicing it. The ballot software is technically on outdated computers, but since our computers are not connected to any kind of network, internal or external, this prevents any kind of cybersecurity threat. And at this point, our equipment is still good, it still works, it is near the end of life, and it will need to be replaced soon. So what we are looking at replacing this equipment with is a hybrid voting system. And we want to look at like trends that are going on right now nationwide. Some of these DREs, paperless DREs, are being decertified across the country. It has not happened yet in Texas. I don't know if that's going to happen. I know that there is some proposed legislation that possibly could lead to our current system being decertified. Cybersecurity experts are also recommending that we use some kind of paper trail which is why we're looking at going into a hybrid voting system. And what a hybrid voting system is the voter will still vote on an electronic piece of equipment, but they're going to actually put a piece of paper into the equipment, which will essentially be a ballot that this equipment will print their ballot on. They'll vote the equipment, or they'll vote on the equipment. It's going to print out their ballot. The voter will be able to look at that piece of paper and see how they voted. They're going to put it into a ballot reader. That ballot reader is going to take an electronic record of how the voter how the voter voted, and then we will have that paper backup trail if there was a need for a recount. So any questions about this as of yet?
So it'll be recorded twice, once on
Exactly.
the voting machine and once on paper ballot.
Exactly. So, and we've been looking at these systems for a while now. The two systems we've been looking at are Hart InterCivic's Verity Duo system and ES&S's Express Vote system. So I'm kind of seeing a couple of images here. The reason I want to go to this hybrid voting system is it does have the best of both worlds. You have the electronic voting machine convenience with that paper trail. I don't believe that these systems will be decertified anytime soon versus what we currently have. They are currently ADA accessible, which is important because we want to make sure we give all of our voters all options to vote. With the electronic aspect, it can eliminate voter errors such as overvotes, and it clearly marks the ballot versus like a paper ballot where that people vote on manually with their hands. Oftentimes we see errors on those paper ballots because they didn't mark them correctly. And you still get those quick results on election night, which is similar to our current voting system. Once again, there's Hart's. This is just kind of a quick overview of what it looks like. And once again, ES&S's. Now, we showed both of these to Commissioners Courts about 2 years ago. Both of our vendors came in and gave presentations on these voting systems. So this isn't anything overly new or overly complicated. Items to consider when we are looking at purchasing new equipment. Financing, of course, this is the big one. Where's the money going to come from? Our current voting equipment was purchased using federal funds with the Help America Vote Act of 2002. At this point, I don't know of that being refunded. So I don't know, I haven't heard of anything through the grapevine stating that there might be federal funds to purchase this equipment, unfortunately. Another issue we need to consider is just the cost of the equipment. It's not just the upfront cost when we purchase the equipment, but there are also yearly service contracts that are involved with either vendor. We currently have a service contract with Hart InterCivic. It's not cheap, so we need to make sure that whoever we go with is giving us the best deal. Another issue that we need to consider is the software side of the equipment. We in McLennan County create our own ballots here in office, and we use the software that the vendor provides for us. And we need to make sure that we're comparing and looking at the software when we're creating the ballots and also processing the ballots and counting the votes at the end of the night. So who has the best software for our needs here in McLennan County? Another big one is our electronic poll books. And while the electronic poll books are not necessarily a part of the actual voting machines, we have laptop poll books that we use to check our voters in. These poll books are outdated and we need to replace them. In fact, I would even stress that they may even be a bigger need at this time than the actual voting equipment. The poll books, we bought them in waves. We've had them all for about 7 years. And once we updated to Windows 10, they've just become slow, outdated, and cumbersome. Another question we need to ask ourselves is what happens to our current voting equipment? Is there going to be a disposal fee if we go with one vendor over the other? And that may just depend on the vendor. If we go with our current vendor, they may take it from us, all good. I know that Hart is not going to want us to just leave or throw this away on the curb, what we have currently. It will need to be disposed properly, and they may charge us a fee to do that. Lastly, another thing we need to consider is logistics, storage space especially. The new equipment doesn't work exactly like what we have currently, and as a result, we need to do an assessment on our current storage space. Is this new equipment going to fit where we have? You know, in these pictures, you see that you have the actual voting machine itself, but you also have the ballot readers, and both of them have this. So are we going to be able to fit all of this equipment in our current storage space? I also mentioned on here the equipment carts, how we get these machines from county storage to polling locations. This is going to be something that we'll need to consider as well. We may be able to reuse our current carts, but they're not really designed for either of the current or the new voting equipment. So this is something we're going to need to consider to make sure that there may be other additional costs involved when we're getting new voting equipment. As far as the timeline goes, we can look at possibly doing a demo for both vendors in either late May or early June of this year. I can set something up across the hall where we have early voting going on right now and have everybody come in, take a look at the equipment, give me feedback, see what they like, what they don't like. Of course, the purchase is dependent upon funds availability. I would like to roll out new voting equipment in what we call an odd numbered year, such as this year, actually. Odd numbered years give us a little bit of a better opportunity to take care of everything that we need to do when getting new voting equipment, because we don't just purchase the equipment and then it's here and then it's ready to go. Of course, we have to do state mandated testing on the equipment. We have to make sure that we are providing adequate training for the voters and our poll workers as well, and make sure that we have everything out ready to go. I would recommend 2023 to actually implement this new voting equipment. That's going to be a down year for us, kind of like this year, where we'll have that time to complete all the tasks that we need. It's also a year when we have smaller elections, and it's good for us to kind of work out any kinks that may be involved with, putting out new equipment for our voters. So, do y'all have any questions for me at this time?
Jared, this presentation here, do we have that on paper copy?
I'll make sure and get it to all of you.
Yeah, so if we have some specific questions to some of your bullets that you provided us, that we can.
Absolutely. And if you want, I can go back through it real quick. It doesn't matter.
No, I would prefer to have a little bit more time to look at the questions and everything.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I'll make sure and get this out. So if you look at past Commissioner Courts meetings, I know we have demonstrations that were recorded. Look in May 2019. I know that we brought this into Commissioner's Court and both vendors showed off both products. You can also look at ES&S's websites. They have videos on there displaying, showing off the equipment, and Hart InterCivics as well.
Jared, I've got a recommendation about how we go forward on this. If I could.
Sure.
I agree that we need, to have time to make sure we do everything correctly and have time to implement the new equipment. So, as we start into budgeting, we look at 2022 as the purchase year, and receiving that equipment sometime early enough to be able to assemble and those things, whatever decision we make. But in regards to coming to a decision, this is something that we want to be very transparent. The community really needs to, if they their level of interest is pretty high. They need to have opportunity to get questions answered and those things. But I think where we start out is we put together a coalition made up of the two party chairs and maybe one guest each from each party besides the party chair, to be able to have early on look at the products that are out there. Also, in this coalition, I would recommend the people that put together the contracts and recommendations to their governing bodies, such as city secretaries, as well as those people in school districts that would be interested in the process, the equipment and the process of dealing with it. And then other elected officials, as long as we respect the Open Meeting Act, that we do not have, that we stay below the criteria to be not to be a proper governing meeting. And start assembling those groups, and you can get recommendations from the commissioners and all on that. But some of them are gonna be folks that whoever sits in that position is chairman of the Democrat, chairman of the Republican Party, and then let them choose someone to come.
Sure.
And then be reporting to the Commissioners Court, who make the ultimate decision. And then come back and have a full demonstration in an open meeting with the court, answer any additional questions the commissioners may have in regards to that. And then at that point, the Commissioners Court will dictate when the final decision will be made, and then we go from there. In regards to the financing and the contractual obligations from the individuals, the court will be involved in that decision from day one. In other words, we will look at the financing. You provide us the information from the vendors. And then anything that has to do with legal review, we handle all that as well. And so the court's comfortable that they've got control of this whole process, because we're ultimately responsible for the final decisions made on this. So does that make sense? Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So yeah, and I can, reach out to all of them, or if y'all want to, let me know what works best for you. We'll make it work.
All right. I'd ask the commissioners.
Can I have to say one?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I like Jared's idea of bringing the two companies in apart from one another, and letting the interested parties, the coalition, commissioners, touch and feel the machines and see how they work. I think that's important, that we get to really know this technology well.
I agree. So, do y'all like the timeline as far as maybe late May or early June, as far as that goes, to maybe bring those in so we can start looking at it?
The feedback I'm getting from primarily the two parties are that there's a group that's anxious to really get an understanding. So as quick as possible, but a reasonable amount of time to give you a chance to prepare. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking more May than June, but you tell us. We don't want to lack information when we start this, so whatever it takes from that standpoint. And then,
Sure.
The demonstration, you will have to dedicate someone to be able to, we got to figure out how, if the public wants to come and look at this equipment, how we are able to have someone there to answer questions and those things. And so we'll have to figure that piece out too.
Yeah, I can reach out to both vendors and see kind of what works for them. I think Hart for sure would be eager to bring that in. I don't want to speak for either of them, but I've spoken with ES&S, and he was offering like a virtual workshop. And I think y'all would rather have something in person that y'all can touch, feel, and see
Yeah,
versus
as Commissioner
seeing.
Jones just stated, we need to see it. We need to.
I agree.
you know,
Yeah, and I agree with that absolutely. So I can get with our vendor representative and see what he can do for us.
Okay.
The only thing I would throw in, Jared, is based off, Judge, your criterion, I would definitely make sure that we have that in print so that everyone that's involved understands the process, and we don't get people trying to change the process or say you should have done this or you should have done that. I think if we start out with a written, basically, timeline and what the intentions are with it, I think we're in good shape.
Sure, absolutely. So, yeah, both machines and both systems, they have their positives and their negatives from what I've seen. We've seen it a lot. We've been looking at this equipment for a long time now. We're pretty familiar with it. We've even gone to other counties and looked at it and asked them questions. What do you like? What do you not like? It's both systems are very good. And I think we and the public will be very happy with whichever system we choose.
Good.
Any other questions at the moment?
Any other questions? Okay,
And if you have any follow-up, please follow up with me. I'll be happy to answer.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dustin?
All right, I'd like to move on to item I1 regarding the program project agreement with Onvasis Commerce LLC and IZ Texas LLC, authorization of payment request number 1. I'd like to call on Chris Collins.
Morning.
Morning.
What you have before you is a request for payment from IZ Texas for disbursement against its WEDMEC grant. The county and the city entered into a program project agreement in December of 2020 with Envasis and IZ Texas. The total grant award was for $4 million, and the company would be eligible for the first disbursement upon closing on the land, and that grant amount would be $2 million. The county's portion of this grant request is $1 million. We have received confirmation that the property transaction has occurred. They provided us with a recorded deed as well. So that has been verified. Just for your information, the balance of the grant will be payable to Envasis and IZ Texas for infrastructure improvements and capital investments in real and personal property totaling $100 million for job creation of at least 121 additional jobs into the community that have an overall average wage of $44,500 a year.
Okay, any questions? All right, sounds like it meets the criteria to approve this. If there's not any questions, is there a motion to approve the payment request?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
All right. Move back up to the consent agenda. Item E, the suggested pools are E3A, department head reviews, E3B, HR matter for purchasing, and E3C, HR matter for the sheriff's office. So Judge, we would, there's no other suggested pools. We would just need a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those pools.
Okay, are there any other pulls recommended by the commissioners other than what's previously mentioned? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those mentioned pulls?
So move.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item E3, Human Resources, E3A, consideration and or action on department head evaluation, reviews, and salary. We can hold that until later in the meeting.
Okay, let's hold it.
Under item E3B, purchasing, I'd like to call on Anna.
Good morning.
Morning.
So purchasing is requesting changes to their current positions. One of those is the current senior buyer position that's taken on more of a lead type role, and they're actually directing the daily duties of the two buyers, more entry-level buyers in their office, and pretty much administering the purchasing activities for the county. So the request includes a change in title to that position to a purchasing administrator and a reclassification from a current pay grade of B8 to a B10, and it does also involve a request to increase the budgeted amount for the salary to have that be more in line with this reclassification. Another change is to a position that was recently vacated. That's the assistant purchasing director position. Ms. Becky Stephens recently retired, and so purchasing is taking this opportunity to make these changes to better classify these positions. So the second position, the assistant purchasing director, would have a title change to a contract administrator so that it's clear that their duties are primarily administering and entering in contracts on behalf of the county, doing RFP and the bid process. And so there wouldn't be a change to the pay grade for that. It's not a reclassification. It would remain a B10. It's just a better labeling of what this position actually functions as. The request would include a decrease in the budgeted salary for this position to help fund the requested increase of the purchasing administrator position. The difference there that ultimately would be the budget amendment requested to fund this change is $8,921. And again, the purpose here is to better define the two primary functions of the purchasing office. And one is handling the daily purchasing for the county through this purchasing administrator and the two buyers that this person would be helping lead, and then the contract division of the office. And I can field any questions, as can Ken.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions anyone would have?
Judge, and certainly this is just kind of a general question as it applies to all the departments and directors, and so it's not directed at any, particularly this department, but one question I would have, or statement, I guess, and I understand there's special circumstances that require special needs and action more immediate from the court. And for instance, when we took on the Jack Harwell Center, it's required us to make, lots of changes, and there are a lot of needs there that had to be met immediately and continue to need to be met. But why aren't these handled during the budget session? Why not, or as opposed to throughout the year with constant budget amendments?
Well, I think, I guess my response would be, we don't know exactly. Sometimes people decide to retire in the middle of the year, and so it gives an opportunity to look at the overall office and duties differently. That could have some part of it as well. We do recommend and try to really encourage any anticipated changes for that year to deal with it at budget time. But like I say, I don't think purchasing director had any idea that this spot would be vacated, and did see the need to kind of shift duties around, which put more responsibility on the new position, which required a higher salary, but he was able to save some in another position And so therefore, that's why the request for $8,921, but that's, I guess that's the best I can answer.
No, I mean, no, that's a good answer. That's a very good answer.
I can add
Appreciate it.
just a detail to that as well.
Okay.
And it doesn't amount to the total request, but a part of its kind of adjustment in function is also to help attract and retain the best applicant for the department, for the position. And so that you can attribute one of the changes here in the request from assistant purchasing director to contract administrator, because that position will eventually be posted if approved in that way. And I think that posting would better attract what the office is needing according to the purchasing director.
And there are those occasions that efficiencies, we like to think most often that they're not as expensive. Sometimes efficiencies are a little bit more. And in this case, that's how I look at Ken had the opportunity. He didn't have it at budget, but he had the opportunity to look at efficiencies in his department. And that's why I'm so thankful for HR, because they're able to let us know, is this request valid and is this information correct? And they're so good at making sure that we're heading down the right path. And so I applaud Ken for looking at it from an efficiency standpoint. And I think we're fixing to look at another one that may be into the same guys, so.
Okay.
But yes, sir, I understand your concern or your questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If
I have one, because I know we're getting ready to start budget, and departments across the county are going to start looking at their personnel and staffing and seeing how they could become more efficient. So we're going to get several requests from various departments. Also, we have that report that's pending from last year, which talked about our outliers and positions that we had that we needed to consider doing some type of modifications to them based on the studies that the HR department had researched. So my question is, Ken did come to me and he mentioned this, and I liked his methodology. I've worked with both Misty and Becky. I do see where he's saying that Misty the employee has been performing these duties over the course of several months. And I know the other employee, the one that he's changing to a contract administrator, I think that position vacated at the beginning of maybe the end of last month is a better way to say it. So I guess I thought this was going to be presented at budget. I didn't get any indication that there was an urgent need or he needed to present it now. And so my fear is just that as we take this into consideration, there'll be other departments to also consider. And I just don't want to not have all of them placed in appropriate priority, because we're going to get this from a lot of departments, and I know it's warranted, but I was just thinking it would come within the environment of all of the other requests that we'll get that will be like this.
I guess the only comment I would have, I understand what you're saying, and that is the ideal time during the budget time. But discussions about restructuring duties while everybody's when nothing changes is one thing, but in this case, there was a change brought on by the retirement of an individual. Therefore, putting somebody in that place that had broader duties and not paying them for it, waiting till a budget to do it, might be a issue as well. I mean, that's one thing we've tried to do is make sure people's duties match up to their compensation. And ideally, plans are made where we can do that during budget time and start it on the new budget year. But in this case, I'd call it an opportunity, came about for a common sense restructure. And I think what I'm hearing most of the court feels like that's a good idea. And so if it is, then you have to start it because the person is left. And asking people to do duties that aren't compensated for it until a later date is not fair to that individual either. So I understand what you're saying. Any other comments or thoughts? Okay. The request is a recommendation to change two titles, one being the Purchasing Administrator of a B08, and the other is a Contract Administrator B10. With this comes an increase in the budget of $8,921, and I didn't hear the start date, but I'm assuming that's immediate. What's the start date, Anna?
So effective the next pay period, the following pay period.
Okay.
Which I believe is.
Okay. So what's the pleasure of the court on that request?
Make a motion to approve the purchasing director's request to acquire another B10 position.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Thank you.
Under item E3C, County Sheriff, Anna.
So this request is also being prompted by a person leaving the position in the county sheriff's office. So the position in question is a current resource coordinator, and the request includes a title change to a personnel coordinator and a reclassification from a B5 to a B8. The salary being requested is just the midpoint of the requested pay grade, which is $49,000 with $19, and that would be a difference and the requested increase of $9,894. And so what's prompting this change here is, again, the position is being vacated, and so it will need to be posted. And to better recruit for the position, they want to incorporate into the job description a better description of the duties the position had been performing and will continue to perform. And so more detail was provided about the screening of application this position does. So this position is responsible for screening all applications that are filtered through the sheriff's office, including primarily ensuring all the background check requirements are completed to the TCOL standards. And that's quite an intensive background. And so this person's responsible for coordinating all of those background checks. And then they're also providing recommendations on what actions to take depending on the person's or the applicant's qualifications. And they're involved in hiring decisions for that. And then they're also, they were starting to develop this position to gear towards a program development, and they still want to steer this position towards that with whoever they find as an applicant to fill the position. And they're wanting to have them support a program for line of duty trauma and a peer support program, kind of modeling after Waco PD. And so they want that position to start to really own that program development. The position also, in addition to the application screening and background screening and this future program development, they're also responsible for actually coordinating temporary assignments for light duty related to workers' comp for the entire sheriff's office. So they find light duty assignments within the sheriff's office to get people back to work after a workplace injury. And so ultimately those functions, incorporating those into that job description warrants the requested pay grade and adjusted salary. Are there any questions?
I want to applaud them for, I think that peer support program is something that's long overdue and probably is going to be more needed in the future. Would you like to say something about that?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
And I apologize, Anna may not have known that we're sitting in the back here, so she's going through her spiel for her position. It's become very relevant to us at the sheriff's office, regardless of the COVID situation. That's a very important program to us to take on. And going through and trying to determine what that program is going to be, whether it's a program that's modeled after the Waco PD department or another agencies that we've adapted to our own is going to be very crucial for our agency. And I think that when you talk about mid-year positions, the judge kind of hit our main issue, Commissioner Smith, and we want to reiterate that. The issue is we've got this position. We're a department that has over 500 employees now. We have 70-ish openings, and our personnel department is very small. We have very few people that run our criminal backgrounds, that run our applicants, that run our testing, that run our, help with recruiting. And of course, HR helps us with some of these issues as well. And this position is a direct interface with our HR department because we have such a large group of employees for the overall county's number of employees. The peer support program is very important to us. We've had some officer suicides within our department, and the toll rings heavy on each one of us. Even when it comes to incidents where we had the incident recently where we went to Mahia and that officer was killed, and some of our guys it's very hard for us to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. And that peer support program helps provide that support for officers to reach out to someone and get that help before it becomes a critical incident for our employees. And we think it's very important. And the issue too is, like Commissioner Smith and the judge are speaking about, if we wait to fill this position until budget, we are a very slim personnel department. We don't have the ability to say, we'll just leave that slot open until then, or we fill it with someone who's qualified as essentially what the pay grade is now, which is a base clerk. And then you're going to be asking that person to engage in these duties, which is far beyond what a standard clerk should be engaging in. And that puts us in a very awkward situation. So that's why we come mid-year. We do it very infrequently. We cringe every time we have to. We really hate to do it, but we can't take a four-man division and say we'll just leave that position open for the next 5 months when we're down 70 people that we need to get hired.
So you're not moving someone?
No.
We're going to add, okay.
No. This is just an increase to the current position, and
Along with increased duties.
that is correct. That is correct. We lost an individual that was in that position that had a bachelor's degree, and we kind of leaned on them pretty heavily. And it's time for us to attract the proper personnel to that position with the proper pay grade as analyzed by HR. We just take HR's recommendation. We say we need this individual to engage in these activities, and then Anna has been kind enough to say, here is what that salary is midpoint, and we are fine with that, with HR's recommendation.
Well, I think HR made a great recommendation then, if that's the case, yeah.
Thank you.
I had a question, and I guess it really pertains to the previous request also. The increase that they're needing, is that going to come within their budget, or will there need to be another source of funding for the increase?
So it is a budget amendment that's being requested, and it would be from contingency. The sheriff's office hadn't made mention of pulling that from any other area within their current budget.
Okay, So their increase is coming from the sheriff's office budget? Is that what you're saying?
Not their current budget. No, ma'am, it would be an additional ask.
So it would come from the general fund contingency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that the same for the previous request? It would come from the general fund contingency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think no better source can determine what a department needs than that department. That's not the intent of my comment, but I do think that in the name of continuity and fairness across county departments, that if we, from fiscal year to fiscal year, change the goalposts in regards to the process that we ask department heads and elected officials to follow when they want to reclassify and reshape their department. And I would just make note when their requests would need to come from the general fund contingency. I think if departments can find that money in their budget, maybe that's a different discussion, but still, in allowing department heads and elected officials to look at their department and reshape, redefine their personnel structure, I respect what they would come up with. I think what the court is charged with is giving them a consistent process. And I don't have any objection if the court's going to move ahead, but I would like to, for the record, because of that, I would like to put a vote of abstention on E3B and E3C. I just think we've told departments to come back at budget for various reasons so we can prioritize and make sure that we're approving things based on the most urgent need. And when you get them kind of piecemeal, you really don't have them within the context of all the requests. And so for that reason, and I won't prolong it, especially with us having to go to the general fund for it, that would be my vote on both of them. I would just abstain. I think we need to give department heads and elected officials some type of continuity.
Okay, and to reflect your sentiment to the record, we will have to go back to E3C because I didn't record you as abstaining. I thought you voted. So we'll do that after we look at this one. Other questions or comments?
Well, I want to point something out because I understand your concerns and where you're coming from, Commissioner Miller, and I look at it from a different way. This is a new program that the Sheriff's Office intends to present and to roll out. And so if we move forward now with saying you can only hire what you had, you've already admitted that person's probably not capable of running this program. So what we probably end up seeing in the fall with the budget is they come back and want to implement the program, and now we need a whole new head count.
That is,
And so that's where I'm trying to come from, is that if this can mitigate, we know the program's coming, we know it's probably, it's got a lot of substance to it. We could very well see a full-time employee being requested just for that one program. So I understand, I'm just saying there's two sides to that coin.
Yeah, and I understand both sides also. And I think it would be so much easier if everything was static in this old world and didn't change. But certainly that's not the case. We don't have a crystal ball to predict necessarily what's going to happen in the future. All we can go on is what's happening now and the needs. And I don't think Anna would come to us. I don't think Sheriff's Office would come to us if there wasn't a need, and they felt the need now, is what I'm hoping. So,
No, I understand.
although I agree with Commissioner, and I like the budget process for doing things, I recognize that that's not necessarily the world that we live in.
No, I understand the comments, but I also understand that we're beginning budget today with starting the discussions on the calendar. And so we're looking at getting ready to get into the budget process. And that would just be my position. I think at some point, because HR is doing exactly what she's supposed to do. She gives an analysis of the request. Department heads are doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're taking an assessment of their department, and then they're providing a request. And then what I look at, what I'm supposed to do is, in fairness and with continuity, just approach every request that any department would have in the same manner. And that would just be where I am right now, because that is unless we decide a different methodology, but that's just what we have told departments in the past, and that's what department heads and elected officials are operating under now. And I just look forward to seeing what the HR report and assessment is going to be as far as our outliers.
And Commissioner Miller, we don't mind making an agreement with y'all this year that we can cover the additional expenses of this position from our budget. We'll find the money. If that makes you more comfortable as far as us moving forward, but then that will generate a request to maintain that salary for a budget increase in the FY22 request that would be upcoming during the budget discussions. And that's the discretion of the court, how y'all want to go forward.
But if you can do that, that's a good idea.
We can certainly do that to help, decrease that levy on the court and that decision.
Understanding that it,
What kind of burden does that place on y'all, though? Where's that, I mean,
So it,
Well, they always have plenty of money. I mean, I hate to.
we understand that, Commissioner Jones. We have some underutilized funds. When we take funds and try to fund positions like this, we try to take it from like lines. But there has been, because of COVID this year, there has been a decrease in fuel costs for us, not as much driving around as what we were doing during the big COVID shutdown. So there's some additional money there, and that's something that we'll definitely look at. There's other lines as well. We just have to evaluate where we're at, because some lines we get hit really hard on, supplies and equipment.
Sure.
Everything costs more money because of COVID. Everything, from toilet paper to vehicles, costs more money now. So we'll evaluate it, but we can cover that cost.
Any other questions or comments? I've got another comment, but I'd like to hold it till after the vote. So, what's the,
Judge, if I could just add, because you asked on the last one about the effective date, and this would be similar in the start of the next pay period, which is May 2nd.
okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
what is the motion?
yeah, we need to frame it now.
Okay, the
How do you
motion,
need to frame it, yeah.
yeah, the motion would be, as a,
Tell you
the
what,
current title is Resource Coordinator, and the requested title is Personnel Coordinator, with an increase of the current pay grade from BO5 to BO8, with a, there will be an increase of $9,894, which will be handled inside of their budget, as mentioned.
So move.
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass. Now, Commissioner Miller, I didn't hear you abstain, but you said
Yes.
previously you wanted to abstain.
Yes, and I still
Okay,
adhere to that thought. I abstain on a vote of abstention on E3C.
all right. We'll record that. What about the prior?
Yes.
agenda item? So going back, Mercedes, that we need to be sure that there's an abstention on that item. All right, I have a general comment that I've said before, but I supported the growth of HR. And we've added, I think we've got like 8 positions there now. And the HR made a compelling case to me that those were all essential and needed to be supported, which I did, and I still do. A lot of that's based on the number of employees, which, as we know, the largest number of employees is in the sheriff's department. And HR also has a personnel group as well. It's not called HR, but and I believe that they should have that because there's things that are very specific to law enforcement and the type of people that you put in there and what they've done before they turned in their application for that job and those things. But I would say that, speaking for myself, and I think the court feels this way, working hand in hand with HR, with Anna and her group, is very important to pull some of the pressure off to not grow two HR departments outside the growth rate of our total employees. And that's called personnel creep. And we can see it if you go back and graph all the number of employees and break it down into each department, you see personnel creep, which is not necessarily a negative thing, but it is to be noted that when you add an employee, it's not just that year's, it's the budget the following years and the benefits that go with that. So I just make that statement to say, I'm very interested in see in this budget cycle what the requests are going to do, and are we growing our full-time equivalents faster than our community's growing, or faster than the need. Now the need may be growing faster than the community's growing, if that makes any sense with crime and those kind of things. So anyhow, I just wanted to make that statement for the public, on public record. So, but thank you I support these, I voted for them, and look forward to working with you further.
Judge, one other thing I want to say real quickly too, as you will recall, and Commissioner Miller, and I know Commissioner Jones as well, we used to have people that would come in and ask for something, and when we'd ask why they needed it, they just said, well, we're busier. They didn't bring any supporting data. They didn't bring anything in that would help us feel good about honoring that request. That's changed. And we may have to do a better job of sorting through some of the data we've requested, but I am very pleased that elected officials and department heads no longer just come in with a blank page and say, well, I just need this person. They do a very good job of coming
Thoughtful
in
approach,
and supporting their request. And so just in concurrence with what you were saying, I think it's the right thing. I think we're heading the right direction. We just have to be very deliberate in our approach to that.
Right. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Judge, I'd say amen.
Okay. All right, Dustin?
All right, moving on to item F, budget and budget amendments under F1 regarding the FY21 budget. Francis?
Thank you. So like Dustin said, moving on to the budget amendments for FY21, starting with F1A. This is for the general fund for the mental health court department. There is some increased costs due to increased caseload and also additional psychiatric services that are needed. So that department is requesting to increase various lines within their department and moving from contingencies in the general fund, a total of $61,200. F1B, this is general fund for the human resources department. And this is increasing the line item that's temporary full-time pay. This is related to the internship program with Baylor University. The court approved that contract on the last agenda. So this is funding that line so that that program can get up and running. And the request would come from contingencies as well. F1C, this is the permanent improvement fund related to the 2019 bond. There was a bid awarded to HCS on the last court agenda on April the 6th. And this was for ADA modifications at the MHMR facility. So we are moving within that fund, that bond fund, into that project line. F1D, this is the District Court Records Technology Fund. The request is to move within that fund and increase the line item for software licensing. Also on the April 6th agenda, you approved a software purchase through eDoc for the District Clerk's Office. So this is funding that purchase. F1E is General Fund for Health Services. A budget amendment is needed, and it's being done within that department to increase software licensing, and this is to utilize the Heart of Texas Homeless Management System. F1F, this is in the general fund, and this is for the pretrial services department. A portion of the request is related to repair and maintenance for that office, and then another small piece is for furniture and equipment, and this is related to damage done during the inclement weather in February. And F1G, this is Justice Court Building Security Fund. There was a budget amendment done in February for JP2 for a surveillance system, but there's an additional amount needed for the labor to install that system. So this is requested from the contingencies within that special revenue fund. F1H is general fund for the CPS court, and they are requesting to move within their department to increase language translation services by $5,000. F1I1, this is for human resources. This is to increase furniture and equipment in that department for the purchase of some laptops. Originally, there was a budget amendment done and the purchase was made in the past fiscal year, but there was some miscommunication about the laptops that were needed and the wrong ones were received. So by the time we received the correct laptops, that was in the current fiscal year. So that will show up as an expenditure in this year, and we need to do an additional budget amendment. IT has shown that they have excess funds in their IT assessments line. And so we are requesting to move from that line item into the HR equipment line item. And then F1I2, this is general fund for maintenance of equipment, and they are needing to replace a laptop in that department. And again, IT has said that they can move from the IT assessments line within their department to fund that purchase. Any questions?
Any questions anyone would have?
Francis, on the F1I1, the true difference is the difference between 8239.55 and 9138, right? Because we got back to 8239.55 in the previous budget year. Is that correct? We got that.
So-
We got it back, or it was approved.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
that,
so the original, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
So the original purchase was done in the past fiscal year for that, I guess that $8,000 amount you were speaking of. But we were refunded that. Another purchase was made, which is this $9,138.
Okay, that's what I thought it meant. Okay.
And so because we actually received those laptops in this fiscal year, that's when the expenditure hits the books.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? If not, is there a motion in the court to approve under the FY21 budget, F1A through F1I, 1 and 2?
So move.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
F2 is regarding the FY22 budget. Under F2A, discussion and or action regarding matters relative to the FY22 budget and 2021 tax rate. Francis?
Yes, so to kick off budget season, I'm presenting the proposed calendar for the upcoming months in relation to adopting the budget as well as the tax rate for this next year. So I just want to give you an update as to where we are right now in the process, and then just briefly go over some of these dates. So budget packets were sent out to department heads and elected officials, and we have requested that information back by May 7th. So that information will trickle in to us, and then we work through, of course, compiling all that information and putting it in a format that you were able to look through and make decisions on. We plan on having a budget workshop on June the 1st, where we will go over some kind of big picture topics. So we will have preliminary appraised values then. So we'll present those to you, talk through those, look at some scenarios, compare those to past years. We'll also, we can revisit the statutes governing the tax rate and the budget, and review those limitations that are put on us by statute for the tax rate, and also look at some scenarios related to those matters. We can also revisit our fund balance and budget goals and policies, and maybe refresh those if needed, and then maybe possibly implement some new goals and policies that will help y'all make decisions through the summer. So I think working through some of those big picture topics, that'll help us ease into getting into the budget workshops where we are reviewing all of the requests and you're making all of your decisions for all of those requested amounts. And so I have that starting June 29th. So that is about a week earlier than we usually start. But the week of July 12th is the week of the conference for the commissioners and county judges. And so I'm assuming that there won't be budget meetings that week. So I've backed up the schedule a week just to ensure that we have plenty of time and aren't pressured on time there. So starting June 29th, that's, if you're agreeable to that, that's when we will start posting on a Tuesday, recessing until Wednesday afternoon if needed, and then posting again on Thursday, recessing until Friday if needed. And so we will meet like that until we file the proposed budget on July 27th. And so then, of course, that starts all the timelines. So the bottom section of the calendar are those items necessary to comply with the timelines regarding the budget, the tax rate, and the salary grievance hearings. So we have to stick to those dates. So we just want to make sure we stay on track there. One thing you might notice that's different this year, we usually have the public hearing on the budget on the same day we adopt the budget and the tax rate. And that is because the statute has always said immediately following the public hearing on the budget, you shall vote on the budget. And so Senate Bill 1357 is in the works right now, and they are clarifying the deadlines associated with the budget, the adoption of the budget in the hearing. And I think this is actually a really good change. And I'm assuming that it is all going to pass and go through. So I've incorporated those changes that Senate bill is proposing into this calendar already. If it doesn't go through, it's an easy fix. But I just wanted to alert you to that. Sorry, that was a lot, but is there any questions at this point?
Any questions?
May the 7th, is that a hard date for the preliminary appraised values?
So the preliminary appraised values we get at the end of April. And so we will receive those as well as y'all will probably get the notification as well. We will get those from the appraisal district and they will continue to update those through the end of July. But May 7th is just, that date was the date that we are requesting all department requests to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
It's not on this, sorry.
Go ahead.
One other thing I just wanted to give you a heads up on, it's not on this calendar, but the two agendas in May, the first agenda will be presenting our annual financial report and doing a report for you on that and presenting that report to you. And so then on the following May agenda, we'll be looking at where we are now in the year and then anticipating where we'll end up this year. So those two pieces are important in moving into budget discussions to know what fund balance we're anticipating starting with for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, and that we'll get an indication of maybe what the COVID times have done in our budgets, where it's been mentioned that some funds were not expended due to that, and then other areas may be increased in cost. So that'll be interesting to say the least. All right, are there any questions? Anything else, Francis?
I don't have anything else right now, but if you
Okay,
have any questions, let me know.
and I don't think this is an action item, so. Okay, thank you. All right, Dustin?
All right, moving on to item G, bids, RFPs, and RFQs. Under G2, authorization for request for price increase regarding bid 17-015 inmate personal items with ICS gel supplies. Ken?
Yes, sir. We received a request from ICS to go up on some of their items and actually remove some of their items from the original proposed list. I just want to say, you know, the procuring PPE items, personal protection items, as everyone probably knows, has been extremely difficult over the last year. Not only the draw on getting the items, you know, huge draws on them, but actually some of the manufacturing is shut down. And so the supply is actually less for many things. Now it's starting to improve. Things are opening up. People are not required to wear, you know, some of the stuff as much as they once were. So I see an improvement. I just wanted to go ahead and say that, you know, when specific items are way more than what the contract was, and you know, we looked at it, and of course the shower shoes went up dramatically. But you know, I'm saying we'll accept their increase, but I'm not saying that we will actually buy those items. So we probably will shop some of that around, and it is our intent to go back out for bid on this particular contract, but it'll probably be toward the more toward the end of this budget year. So just wanted to bring all that up for the conversation, and if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask.
Hey, Ken, I think I've already asked some questions of you, but if you don't mind, what happens if we don't approve the increases? And they're contracted to provide these at this price?
Well, they'll probably just terminate it.
Can they do that, what, a 30-day notice or terminate the contract?
Well, you know, that's kind of a hard question to answer. They just, you know, we would be forcing them to pay more than what they're getting for the items that they're selling to us. I know it's an overall contract. We don't really have an out in the contract, but if they just can't supply it for what they got, then it just causes an issue. So we can go there if you want. We could maybe at this time possibly go out for bid, but we basically just renewed it through September 30th.
Hey, Ken, real quickly, if I recall, this time last year, they made us aware that this very well may happen because of COVID.
Yes, sir, they
When we
did.
were reviewing the contract, so it'd be kind of difficult, and Jim, you weren't here, but for us to have agreed to it then, understanding it could change, and then come back and say now that we don't, would probably be a little,
But there wasn't anything put in the contract per se?
I
No,
can't speak to that.
I've looked. We really didn't put outs in it from either direction. So, like I said, I'm presenting the request, and we will do what the court wants us to do.
Well, it's, everything else has gone up, lumber, concrete. It doesn't surprise me shower shoes went up, so what's the pleasure of the court?
One other question. Ken, there's nothing that precludes us from buying these from other sources if we can find other sources. Is that correct?
I'm going to take that path. Yes, sir. You know, if we can get a better deal someplace else, and quite frankly, we've had to do that on a number of items, and I think David Ives can back me up on that, where it seems to have gotten ridiculous. And so when we don't think pricing is correct, we will go out and shop it to see if we can do better on the market. So, and again, in some cases that we have here, we may do the same.
And Ken's correct on that. We've done shopping around for personal protective equipment during the pandemic, as well as other items as well, to try and get the best price, and coordinating with HR and trying to get people on contracts. So we're constantly fishing for the best possible price that we can get for every tax dollar that we spend.
Okay.
So Ken, on this chart that they provided here, the price is going from $811.64 to $849. Is that, or is it going up $849?
I'm sorry, which line item are you looking at?
Attachment A, the first line item, all the line items.
Oh, yes. Their requested increase is current price is $811.64 and going up to $8.49.
To $849?
To $849. Most of the items is very minor increases. I just wanted to point out the shower shoes because that was rather large. And again, I think we'll do some looking around, see if we can't do something different there.
Any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
I make a motion to accept the increase requested, with the caveat that purchasing does still reserve the right to go out and shop outside of this contract when necessary for the benefit of the taxpayer.
So, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I suggest Dustin get, you and Ken get legal review on that.
Yes, sir.
But sounds like we ought to be able to do that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass. Let's, right now it is 10:48. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
The recording has stopped.
court back into session. It's 10.
This meeting is being recorded.
Let's call court back into session. It's 10:53. All right,
All right.
Dustin.
Moving on to item H, contracts, interlocal agreements. Under H1, authorization of renewal of service agreement with Civic Plus for the Civic HR applicant tracking and new hire onboarding subscriptions. Anna?
Thank you, Dustin. I'm requesting the renewal of the agreement with Civic Plus. It will be different for this next renewal period. Previously, we used Civic Plus for 3 services, their applicant tracking system. So all our employment applications funnel through there, and employee onboarding. So we fill out all our new hire paperwork through the system. And it also included the performance evaluation system. So the previous 4 years, supervisors would log on to Civic HR to complete their evaluation. That is a platform that we're eliminating from the agreement. And so the renewal actually is includes a decrease for this next year of $6,855.08. We are satisfied with the continuation of the employment applicant tracking system. We've not encountered any issues there, along with a new hire onboarding platform. So the request is for an additional year with the service. Our current agreement expires May 3rd. And the original agreement is in place. It's just an additional year, an extended time period with the agreement. So because the original agreement stands, it's still a 90-day written notice to terminate service if we choose to, or if we chose to. So again, the major difference there is we're no longer using the performance evaluation system. They've given us a credit for not using it this current year, and then they're also just removing the costs altogether for the following year. Are there any questions I can answer for the court?
Any questions? Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
Thank you.
H2 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Mart for equipment for water line and street work. Commissioner Miller?
Good morning. Yes, what I'm asking the court to allow us to do is to enter into an interlocal agreement with the City of Mart. We have already given a show of support on their water infrastructure improvement project. This is a continuation of that. In regards to they're asking to use a BOMAG, an old BOMAG that we have on the yard. And it is a piece of equipment that we were considering for auction. So that would explain the cost per week at $100. But whereas, they say one man's trash is another man's treasure. It's not trash, though. It's a good piece of equipment. It's just seen better days. It's a 1994 BOMAG that they're going to use to help reclaim, chump up the road after they've bored into it with the water lines. And so what I'm asking is that we enter into this agreement and allow the City of Mart for the duration of their project or the life of the equipment, whichever is first, to rent this 1994 BOMAG from our precinct at the cost of $100 per week.
Okay, any questions? Is that a motion, Commissioner Miller?
It is. I would move to approve the interlocal cooperation agreement between McLennan County and the City of Mart.
Thank you.
Seconds.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
Under item J, capital improvement, repair, and construction projects, J1 regarding Spiegelville Road Improvements Project bid 20-004, agreement with Knife River Corporation South, authorization of application for payment number 13. Zane?
Yes, sir. This is payout number 13 for the Knife River work on Spiegelville Road in the amount of $820,854.92. And it's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
Any questions anyone have?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
And Judge, while we have Zane, J2A and J2B, the construction company name on those is listed incorrectly, so we need to pull those with no action, but they are corrected on the supplemental under item C. Under C1 regarding Rattler Hill Road Creek Crossing Improvements bid 20-023. C1A is authorization of Mitchell Construction Company Incorporated application and certificate of payment number 3, and C1B is a certificate of payment number 4. Zane?
Yes, sir. Both of these have been reviewed and are recommended for approval.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, nothing under item K. Under item L, grants, L1 regarding Texas Division of Emergency Management, FEMA Public Assistance Program grant. Judge would have nothing to update the court on today. Under item L2 regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program, authorization of reimbursement request report from the city of Waco. As the court remembers, we entered the interlocal agreement with the city of Waco where they're administering this program. This is a billing from the city totaling $7,398.80 for work associated with this program. And we've also included reports about the program in your packet, and Francis is on as well in case she'd like to add anything.
Yes, and so the city of Waco is going to submit these requests monthly. We audit them, so we have audited this first one. We've let them know what documents we want them to send over to us and what we want them to keep on hand at their office. But this has been audited, and we are good with that amount that's being requested.
Okay, any questions?
And this also, with regards to the same report we received from the intergovernmental meeting, same program?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, that's correct.
And the amount that we're paying them comes from the grant, our portion of the grant?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Pass. Thank you.
Under item L3 regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Adult Drug Court and Veterans Treatment Court Discretionary Grant Program, L3A is recording of remote compliance visit report and related response. In your packet, you'll see a report from the Texas Veterans Commission and also a letter that was sent in response. Some of the program metrics weren't met initially, and this had a large part due to the COVID restrictions on the judicial system. Judge and I sat in on part of this compliance visit, as did Francis, and they spoke very highly of the program, and so we just need to accept the report and response for recording.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under L3B is ratification of amended budget. And Francis, would you like to cover this, please?
Yes, I can. So this is an amended budget for that same grant, and it's amended so that the budget reflects what was actually received. So this grant does cover some salaried positions, and due to vacancies, the original budget was not needed. So this amends that budget. For the most part, that the amendments are just related to the actual personnel costs that were necessary for the year.
Okay, any questions anyone have? If not, is there a motion to approve ratification of the amended budget?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, under item L4 regarding the Texas Community Development Block Grant Elmont Sewer Line Replacement Project, We have 3 action items here, so Judge, we can handle them all at one time if that's okay with the court. The first one is L4A, approval of resolution authorizing the submission of the Texas Community Development Block Grant Program application to the Texas Department of Agriculture. As the court remembers, we brought several items for this grant to the court. This resolution would authorize the submission of that grant award and also authorize the county judge and or a commissioner to act as the county's executive officer. It also accepts a commitment of $17,500 from the McLennan County Water Control and Improvement District Number 2 to be used as the cash match for this project. L4B is approval of resolution authorizing the county judge to enter into an interlocal cooperation agreement with the McLennan County Water Control and Improvement District Number 2 for completion of the Texas Community Development Block Grant Program. This allows us to enter into the interlocal for the completion of the grant program, and L4C is the actual interlocal agreement, which just states that McLennan County will serve as the grant agent if this project is funded, and the term of that grant would be 3 years, which would be the duration of the contract with the Texas Department of Agriculture. And as a reminder, $350,000 grant, and Elmont will be covering that match.
Okay. All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve L4A, B, and C.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item M, Department Office Specific Request, M1, Purchasing, Authorization of Online Auction with Renee Bates, related ad and order declaring certain property as surplus and authorizing disposition of the same. Ken?
Yes, we've put together an auction of 22 lots. We are basically concentrating on vehicles and equipment at Precinct 2 and vehicles and equipment at Road and Bridge Precinct 4. But I believe we have a caveat for Road and Bridge 4. We had put 2 trailers on there, but I'm understanding that we're having trouble with the titles. So we're going to pull that back off the auction. But if approved by the court, we will tentatively schedule this auction to run from April 23rd, 2021 and close on May 7th, 2021.
Ken, thank you. And those 2 trailers would be the 1994 Vantage 39-foot dump semi-trailer and the 1999 semi-trailer. It's a utility trailer. Those would be the 2 that we're pulling from the auction.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Item M2, Heart of Texas Fair, Extraco Event Center, authorizations regarding replacement of damaged heating, cooling coils due to winter storm. The fair has submitted these 2 quotes for the court's consideration to replace damaged heating, cooling coils due to the winter storm. There are 2 quotes in your package. The first one is from Lockridge Priest totaling $30,426, and the second is from Capstone Mechanical totaling $23,653. So the court just needs to choose one of those to move forward with.
Okay.
And I don't know if TJ has any input on those. I know he's reviewed them as well.
TJ, do you have any comments about those? I mean,
Yeah, that's correct. I've reviewed both of those. We asked Extraco to go back out. They received 1 quote from Lockridge Priest. We asked them to reach back out to another contractor to get a second quote. So that's where Capstone became involved. I think they're getting a good benefit for their dollar amount right here. So I would recommend Capstone.
okay. Any questions anyone would have for TJ?
Motion to approve Capstone Mechanical.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Under item N, additional items, N2, discussion regarding healthcare plan audit and related engagement agreement with Messier 42 LLC. As we said last time, this audit is ongoing, so we can keep this on the agenda to bring back reports or any actions from the court if that is okay.
Okay.
No action needed today. Under item N3, selection designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY22 budget. I don't believe any actions needed at this time.
Okay.
Under item N4, discussion and or action regarding hosting of court night for 2021 North and East County Judges and Commissioners Conference. We have this standing item if there's anything that we need to discuss, and we also have one action item under it. N4A is authorization of DJ services contract with Devin DJ Precise Patton. This contract totals $500 and be on the evening of the host court night. He will play from 6 to 10 p.m. in those times when Holly Tucker is not performing.
Okay, any questions?
Is this from sponsor money?
Yes, sir. It will be paid from the sponsor money.
Thank you.
Did we not want to run this through the HOT?
The reason for the other one, Commissioner, was the lighting and the stage requirements. It just made better sense. This one, we could do it either way. It could go through HOT, but we thought this one would actually be okay for the court to enter into.
What's pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second,
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion?
I would just like to interject. I'm a senior citizen and a deacon's wife, so that explains the first sentence of the contract. If you all have any requests for the type of music that you want him to bring there, like Dustin said, we just don't want there to be any quiet and downtime. And so he's going to be prepared to play any music just to keep the environment lively between when Holly needs to take her break, so before she comes and when she has to leave. So you all can send any requests my way, but we're going to provide all kind of clean music in all genres.
Okay, so deacon wives don't really have a specific opinion about that, or?
Yeah, we don't like bad words in our songs.
Amen.
Amen. That's a good answer.
Agree.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate the work everyone's doing on this. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, pass.
N5 is discussion and or action regarding proposed pending state federal legislative issues. This is the standing item we have on the agenda. I know all of our offices are continuing to monitor legislation. We're monitoring the American Rescue Plan and setting in on webinars, and it appears still that we will have the money in mid-May, our first the first portion of that money, and it appears the guidance will appear alongside of those, and then that guidance will continue to be developed as there are questions. So hopefully in May we'll have some more, be able to bring back some more information to the court on that. So I don't know if anybody else had any discussions or any bills that they think the court needs to support or oppose.
I just like to say something about the American Rescue Plan money. I was sat in on a webinar Friday, and a point was made that this is the American people's money. And so it's the money of McLennan County taxpayers also too. So I think it's imperative that we work hard to make sure that this money is spent wisely and here in McLennan County to improve McLennan County, because if we don't and we have to send it back, it's going to go somewhere else. It's going to go to another part of the country. And so the taxpayers here in McLennan County would not benefit from it. So I think it's imperative that we keep working to make sure that that money's spent wisely here in McLennan County.
I agree, Commissioner. I have received one letter to send the money back, but that's not fair to our taxpayers here that are going to ultimately have to pay more than likely increase income tax rate to cover all of it. So I think we got to use it.
Our children and our children's children are going to be paying this back for years and years, and so it's important that we get this.
Great.
That we take our share and spend it wisely.
Thank you. I
had a question, Dustin. Do we know the status of House Bill? I think it's 530. It's a bill proposal where if you have a license to carry, you can carry your handgun into the polling locations during voting.
No, ma'am, I haven't seen any additional updates on it, but I'll be happy to research and fill the court in if that's okay.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right,
All right, under item N6, authorization of refund requests for overpayment of real estate taxes under section 31.11A of the Texas Property Tax Code. This is similar to the request we had last time. And as a reminder, once those requests reach a certain dollar amount, it has to come to the governing entities for approval. And those, the refund requests are in your packet.
okay, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
N7 is approval of order extending state of disaster and public health emergency declaration due to COVID-19 through May 31st, 2021. This extends that disaster declaration through the end of May, and this matches what the city of Waco will be doing this afternoon.
Okay. Any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve the order?
So moved.
Second.
Motion
Second.
made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
N8 is authorization of appointments. N8A is regarding the McLennan County Rural Transit District Board of Directors, and this is a reappointment request to reappoint Commissioner Jones to the Board of Directors.
Okay, I move that we reappoint Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
NE is regarding the Heart of Texas Region Mental Health Mental Retardation Center Board of Trustees. They are requesting the appointment of Dr. Brooke Hill Allen to the Board of Trustees, and she would replace Ms. Cates, who is leaving the board due to upcoming time restraints.
Okay, and I have read the resume on Dr. Brooks Hill Allen, and very qualified, very interested in MHMR. They've got a lot going on. We need full, active, all hands on deck board of directors for MHMR. So I would make a motion, we approve the appointment.
Second.
Motion been made
Second.
second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
N9 is authorization of office phone requests for the tax office and Jack Harwell Detention Center. Lisa?
Yes, thank you, Dustin. The tax office has a new employee that started earlier this month, so they're in need of a phone in that location, and the Jack Harwell Detention Center is expanding one of their offices to include the Assistant Director of Nurses position. So they are needing an additional phone in that space. We have phones and licenses available in our inventory. Network connections are in both locations, so there would be no added expense for this request.
Okay, any other questions? Anyone have comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
N10 is authorization of request to light up courthouse for Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Delta Alpha Omega Chapter. If the court remembers, several years ago, we put a policy in place that the Commissioner's Court accepts these requests to light the courthouse. The local chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority is celebrating its 75th anniversary this year. This is a service organization, and they volunteer annually with the Salvation Army, providing Thanksgiving Thanksgiving dinner baskets to the community, volunteering at the Veterans Hospital, Meals on Wheels, and participates in raising funds for other organizations. So this does meet our requirements set by the policy, and this request would be to light the courthouse pink and green on this Saturday, April the 24th.
I assume we have pink and green lights.
I bet TJ can make it work.
Okay.
Judge, I think we can probably accommodate. I'm gonna have to see about green. We may not have enough green to make it happen, but we'll see what we can do.
I wouldn't tell anybody the county doesn't have green. We gotta have green.
Oh, no.
Okay, any questions or comments? If not, is there a motion to approve, N10?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Item N11, approval of order granting exemption from competitive bidding for DVR replacement project and awarding contract to Sedaptic Incorporated for Jack Harwell Detention Center. Ken?
Yes, we wrote a similar order like this last year for some work done in Jack Harwell. And just to explain thoroughly, we're trying to keep Highway 6 Jail and Jack Harwell with similar setups so that, you know, crossing across the different buildings, that it works basically the same. And so I had this request, and it's to replace DVRs over in the Jack Harwell Center that are starting to fail. And we write this order under the Local Government Code 262.024A2, order necessary to protect or preserve public health or safety of the residents of the county. These DVRs are video surveillance footage, provides footage that can provide evidence documenting incidents involving inmate violence or officer misconduct, but they're starting to fail and not currently getting the 30-day storage that was originally intended for those. So if the court approves, we're asking for this order for an amount not to exceed $29,120 to
Okay,
that.
any questions? If not, what's the decision of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item O, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project, O1 is authorization of professional service invoice from CP&Y. This is from the ADA study and report for March. This invoice totals $7,292.50 and covers work at courthouse, at the Coliseum, among other projects.
Okay, any questions anyone have? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
Under item P, McLennan County Venue Project. P1 is regarding the architectural services agreement with Populous. P1A is authorization of professional service invoice for the March services. This invoice totals $15,000 and it's for their extended construction administrative services for March 2021.
All right, any questions?
Two questions, Dustin. Number
Yes,
one,
sir.
have we taken possession now of the base?
We did receive a temporary certificate of occupancy, I believe, prior to the last event. So yes, sir, there's still some ongoing punch list items occurring, but there has been a CO issued.
Okay. And then secondly, is this the last bill from Populous?
No, sir, they are, since the punch list is ongoing, there will be at least one for the month of April, and I don't know how far or if it may stretch into May, but there'll be at least one more coming.
Yeah, I think it depends on how fast the punch list items are identified and resolved. And so, most of them will be resolved fairly quickly, I would assume, but that's the kind of the timeline?
There was still a fair number as of last Wednesday when Ken and I were on our OAC meeting. So we'll have a better update in the morning though. And Commissioner Smith, I can share that with you and other members of the court as well.
Yeah, that'd be great, Dustin, if you could send a list of all the punch lists from the.
Dustin, we received an email that they'd like to move the meeting tomorrow
Okay.
to get a better update on those punch list items next week.
Perfect. Well, I'll go ahead and request that list and then share it with the court this afternoon or tomorrow.
Very good.
Thank you, Ken.
And if there's commentary on those items that Populous sent, or if Urban Construction has a response on them, send that as well, so we'll kind of know things are moving forward.
Does Populous do the walkthrough? Are they the ones creating the punch list?
Yes, sir. They are. They have been on site pretty regularly, at least once a month.
Yeah, that's their final job. All right, is there a motion to approve the invoice from Populous?
So move.
Second.
Is there, have a motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Pass.
All right, moving on to item Q, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. Q1 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with Department of Public Safety. We actually did receive their draft back last week, and we had a few revisions to it that have been sent off. So we'll need to defer this, hopefully just one more time.
Move to defer.
Second.
I have a motion and second to defer. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item Q2 regarding the system purchase agreement with Motorola Solutions, authorization of change order number 5. To be able to use the existing fiber connection at at Waco PD, it requires an additional network switch to interface to be hooked up there. The cost of that switch and the added engineering and configuration installation services totals $3,000. And Ken and I have reviewed this along with John Strunk, Frank Patterson, and we had a call with Motorola last Friday. This is something that's needed. And some good news, Road and Bridge Precinct 1 and Precinct 2, those two towers should be operational tomorrow afternoon.
Wow.
Great. Okay, any questions anyone have? If not, is there a motion to approve the change order?
So move.
Second.
Second.
Motion been made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, one more item on the supplemental agenda under item B1's Heart of Texas Fair Extraco Event Center authorization of HVAC repairs. This is an invoice totaling $9,503 for work associated with those repairs.
Okay, any questions?
This is different than the bid that we just accepted?
Yes, sir,
For
it is.
HVAC?
Yes, sir. This is separate work.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, Judge, I believe that's all the action items with the exception of the department head line item, which can be held until after the reviews in executive session.
Okay, all right, we will reconvene the court at 1 p.m. today, and we will start through the process. We've got the department heads queued up to be prepared, and they've got the option to do it in open or executive session. And
Judge,
so,
is that 1 or 1:30?
1 if we can, if that's not a problem. There's a possibility we could finish today if we
I
started.
just know because we're scheduled, it shows 1:30 is when we start with Zane. We're gonna live.
Dustin,
Yes. Yes, Anna can help us kind of rearrange that and maybe move one of the ones from later in the afternoon up early or shuffle it somehow. So if y'all are okay coming back at 1, we can have somebody ready.
I guess the commissioner's point was,
Is it legal?
was it posted for 1:30, reconvene at 1:30, or just,
No, sir, it's not. We're posted for the entire day today. It's court's discretion when to come back after lunch.
okay, is everyone all right with 1?
Yeah.
Okay, and we will push hard to try to accommodate. We need to be done by 3:30. If what's not finished by 3:30, we will have to do tomorrow after lunch tomorrow. Okay. If not, well, we will recess.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, we're still waiting on 2 commissioners.
You know, you don't realize how pretty this place is till you see a picture. It's like this morning. It's a gorgeous courthouse.
Yeah.
1702 West Spring Valley Road, skimmers found on a service station, convenience.
You know where that's at?
1702 West Spring Valley Road, is that the big one?
No, you and I probably wouldn't get to.
Oh, that little one right there where Hewitt comes across?
Yeah, where Spring Valley and Hewitt Drive.
Hewitt Drive Cross, right there on the right, okay, I know what you're talking about now, yeah.
Four. We're in regular session right now, just kind of give the lay of the land here. We're gonna start, we initially sent messages out that we'd start at 1:30, but decided to start at 1, see if we could get pretty close to finish today. And so what we did is we took the last person to be reviewed. Heather has agreed to come in and be the first. Unless a department head requested it to be in the open session, I'm going with the assumption that each one of these reviews would be in executive session. And so I'm going to call the executive session order, but Dustin, if you would text Commissioner Jones and see if he's close by, and we'll go ahead and get into executive session.
Yes, sir.
Going into executive session under
This meeting is being recorded.
You ready? Okay. All right. It's 4:45 and we call we go back into regular session. I'd like to refer you to E3 A, consideration or action on department head evaluation reviews and salaries. And just for Anna to go over with the court, the review process, both for employees and then department head evaluations.
Yes, sir. So now that department head evaluation meetings have taken place, evaluations can be done by each court member for each department head. Those will be submitted to human resources along the same timeline as general employee evaluations countywide, and those are all due April 30th. Human resources will then gather all the score information for both general employees and the department head reviews and compile an incentive pay list. However, the difference for department heads, those will be averaged from the individual evaluations from court members. And then we'll bring that forward to court for discussion. I'll present the incentive pay list with the average scores, and then court members can decide on incentive pay lists there, and then it'll be incorporated in the general incentive pay list book that we compile for all general employees. Incentive pay lists to supervisors or elected officials and department heads for their own departments are distributed mid-May, and then are due back to the HR office at the end of May, so May 31st. And then once we compile the large book, we'll present it to court for approval in June.
Okay. Any questions anyone would have? Okay, thank you, Anna. Is there anything else to come before the court today? If not, we stand adjourned.
The recording has stopped.